Recording in progress.
Yeah, good to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the first session for the Bristol Town Council. This afternoon is agenda item number 1, and this is the policy research Bristol housing presentation. So the draft version of this, I presented it to the managers. Chambers, and turn it over to you to.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Heidi Adler. I am from a company called Group Policy Research. We're a Denver-based research firm. We focus on housing needs assessments and market analyses. And we were contracted by Sibley County in the county to update the housing assessment. I've done that over the last 10 months, and I'm here to present study findings. There we go. So I have three primary agenda items today. I'll start by presenting the highlights or primary findings from the housing needs assessment. I'll do that countywide, but also give you some Frisco context. I'll talk about projected housing needs for Frisco, and then observations and policy consideration. This is not a strategic housing plan. There are observations based on what we heard and saw through the course of the research. So starting with primary findings, I wanted to spend some time talking about the community engagement process because it was a driving force for the projections and it was an important part of the study. We were tasked with making sure that the engagement process, the study was representative of the diverse types of workers and residents in Summit County. So we worked hard to do that. We did both focus groups and resident survey. The focus groups we did with employers, and they represented a really diverse set of employees and businesses in the county. We estimate they represented about 2,500 workers. So those were conversations as well as the chamber, Summit County Chamber helped us bring employers together in late May. We also did focus groups with seniors, people with disabilities, including those who were in residents at the Timberline Center who get day services. And then we also did focus groups with Spanish speaking residents. Probably the biggest piece of our work was fielding a resident survey. So we did a survey of people who live and work in Summit County, commute to work outside of the county, commute to work from outside into the county, and then work seasonal jobs in the county. That survey does not include second recreational owners or investors. The survey was not tailored to them. In terms of respondents here, you see this on the slide. I'm just comparing Breckenridge, Frisco, and Silverthorne, all the towns that I'm presenting to today and tomorrow. In Frisco, we had about 181 respondents in English and 31 in Spanish. I'll show you sort of the distribution by demographics in just a moment. But a note about the Spanish-speaking survey, when we typically do Spanish surveys in Spanish, if I'm doing a market as big as the county, I'm happy with 20 or 25 responses. Overall, we got 474, so we're really happy with that. That gives us the ability to analyze the data and say that we're representing Spanish speakers in the representing Spanish speakers needs countywide. So it was a really robust survey, both of English speakers as well as Spanish speakers. Talk a little bit about the primary findings or what we heard from employers in the focus groups. We had 17 participants representing about 2,500 employees. I asked them to project how many jobs they think have gotten unfilled. They said about 10% currently are unfilled, seasonal positions being the hardest to fill. When employers are really concerned about housing employees between that 60,000 to 100,000 income bracket, for rental housing, employees who are new to the county can typically tolerate bumping around for about 3 months, and then if the rental housing they leave. For people who are renting and want to stay in the county, want to stay with their employer at about the 2-year mark, they try and buy. If they can't buy, they often leave. Employers talked a lot about the bands, the AMI bands, so area and median income bands. for which housing programs are targeted. That typically flows down from funding from the federal government and the state. That band is typically 60 to 100%, 110% AMI. That really doesn't represent the range of needs of the county. And I'll talk a little more about that as I go throughout the presentations. They also said they've had success in the past, master leasing units, that is becoming less successful as those units are harder to find because owners are more likely to short-term rent than to long-term or short-term rent to employers. So short-term rent as vacation properties. We brainstormed a little bit. I asked them what solutions would if you were going to design this report. They talked about intentional workforce communities like Wellington and Peak One. Those communities came up quite a bit. And they talked a lot about thinking about employer-owned communities, sort of beyond what the towns and the county have been building, getting into the development because they're having less success leasing, but also recognize that leasing is and something that they'd like to continue. Very complimentary of the generous down payment assistance programs that are that exist in the county. We talked a lot about a one-stop shop for all things sort of county resource related. So a place where employers could go, a place where residents could go to get housing help, kind of the all things housing place in the county and a need for that. Employers also express needing more flexibility in the place of work priorities for deed restricted units, particularly those that are in the unincorporated county but are adjacent to towns. It's hard for them to get their employees to qualify for deed restricted units that may have a town priority. And then both employers, and you'll see this in the resident focus group summary as well, talked a lot about needing to raise more revenue and really said maybe short-term rentals should be taxed more heavily. There should be a vacancy tax on unoccupied units. We should prohibit redevelopment of naturally occurring affordable housing or mobile homes and impose high inclusionary requirements. So definitely a recognition that the more policies need to be in place to be able to stem the loss of affordable units. Residents, we had 43 total participants. Of those, 30 were Spanish speaking. Those groups were facilitated in Spanish by my colleague, Avidia Bueno. And then 13 were with seniors and people with disabilities and people who work with disabilities. We asked, why do you move to the county? Employment. I came here for the job was the #1 reason pretty much across resident participants. They talked about how much more difficult it is to find housing in the last 5 years and that overcrowding is managing. When we asked why, most residents say because of short-term rentals. We passed around a sheet of paper in the Spanish-speaking focus group and said, what could you afford? Write it down. And the range was $600 to $1,000 per person for rental units and $300,000 to $800,000 for sale. Some express employer-owned housing is less desirable and doesn't meet their needs, particularly families, people who are living in extended family situations. And sometimes undocumented workers feel like they may be being watched. So that dormitory employer-style housing doesn't meet all needs. Shifting to seniors, they talked a lot about this vision of a mixed income housing complex with varying levels of care and then an opportunity for workforce to live on site. And then kind of a tangent, but last but not least, residents express, both residents, senior residents, as well as our Spanish speakers express some frustration with changes to transportation. Some of them rely pretty heavily on transportation. Certainly think the Stage Summit does a wonderful job, but their reduction in hours and routes made it a little hard for folks. This here shows the English survey by the numbers, so which towns were represented, as well as the demographics. For the English survey, we had more homeowners than renters. That was pretty representative of English residents in the county. They tended to be a little high income and people between in the sort of moderate to older age brackets. Compared with our Spanish-speaking survey, the majority of our Spanish speakers were renters on the lower income range. Age was a pretty, sort of average distributions from workforce age, and most of those individuals were represented by residents in Silver.
Can you remind me of the definition of precariously housed?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that is our definition. So we don't ask people to self-identify, but we ask people, are you living you can couch surfing, so you're living with somebody and you're not on the lease, you may not be able to be there long term. Are you living in a tent? Are you living out of your RV, your car? There's a couple other definitions, and we bundle all those up and call precariously housed. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the main findings from the survey. So this is our precariously housed question. One of the definitions, or one of the responses that gives us that definition. Does anyone who regularly lives with you sleep on a couch, sofa bed, or on the floor because there's no room in your bedroom? So we asked this of people. We asked this of individuals saying, where do you live as well? And we put those together and compare those. So this would be a household who's saying, yeah, I've got my brother living with me because he can't find a place to live. And what you want to pay attention to with this graphic, this compares the answers. It's where the numbers are really high, much higher for Spanish speakers. You can see there than our English speakers, much higher for younger residents. So the under 25, higher for renters, particularly renters who don't have a lease or didn't have a regular lease before they came into the situation. And then down there under household characteristics, a little bit hard to see. But it was mostly family units. So people who are living in an extended family environment who are doubled up, have somebody sleeping on the floor. So,
Can I ask a question? So I understand like a renter could not be on the lease, but how could a owner be precarious? Or is that just like, they're just.
This would be, I'm sorry, this is representative of the people who said someone is living with me.
them.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. I was going back and forth a little bit. And for the tenure piece, so 7% of people who have someone living with them in the situation are owners. I'm sorry, 7% of owners rather, or in that situation. Yeah. Where you see the renters without the lease. So this would be a situation where I'm in I've got an informal relationship with my landlord. I've got my buddy or my brother staying with me, or my sister-in-law is staying with me, and she has a child, so it's sort of, they're represented very informal.
Gotcha.
States.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it's a little bit confusing. Yeah, we asked two different questions. This is our displacement question, and these are data that you can't get elsewhere unless you ask people if they have been displaced. So this isn't data that are available in secondary sources. Instead of asking people, have you been displaced? We ask, in the past 5 years, have you had to move when you didn't want to? And this is the proportion that said yes. One interesting piece of this is that we ask, where were you displaced from? And the highest proportion of people by town were displaced out of Breckenridge. So that's 26%. When you look here at the highest numbers in terms of who has been displaced, you see that Spanish speakers are more likely to be displaced, renters without a lease, renters in general. And for owners, I could have been displaced and then had to move. You also see here the lower incomes are more representative of having a displacement experience, as well as these family units that are living in extended family situations. We also asked what were the reasons that you had to move. So if you had to move in the last 5 years when you didn't want to, why did you have to move? In Frisco, that's the orange bar there. The predominant reason was the owner sold my rental unit. That was followed by the owner turned the unit into a short-term rental. So 32% and 30%. In the county overall, 28% of moves were due to owners selling units. So pretty similar to Frisco. And 26% were that conversion to short-term rentals. Frisco's a little higher than what we're seeing in the county. Just to give some context for short-term rentals, I presented this to the county commissioners about a month and a half ago, and I think it's important data to keep in mind that the really big uptick in the number of short-term rentals, these would be listings that we're capturing really happened between 2014 and 2017, 2018, when the technology to be able to list these units was really developing. But it is an enormous 16-fold increase from 2014 to today in terms of listings. We also compare these listings to your licenses. So the units that were in your license inventory countywide, and they're very similar. That's not always the case. That's a good. Yeah. I'm shifting a little bit and talking about some of the market data that we analyzed. So we calculate what is the salary you have to afford the median rent. And we gather data from, we gather data a number of different ways. We use secondary data sources. So over time, we can look at the rent distribution from the ACS, American Community Survey, which is what you see here. We also did a survey in the spring where we were looking at online listings. And so we calculated the median rent from that. And then we asked people what their rent is. And they were all pretty similar. But when we think about median rent per bedroom, what do I have to earn to be able to afford that? It's about $67,000 a year. So that's equivalent to a wage of $32 an hour. Compare that to what I'd have to earn or what I could rent for if I had a deed restricted unit. The median rent for that's about $1,200, so it's much lower, and it would save a renter about $5,500 a year if I were renting deed restricted versus market rate. The takeaway here from this rent distribution is really just the shift, particularly from 2019 to 2021. So when you look at 2019, that's that sort of second to darkest blue, and look at where the bar is the highest. It's in the $1,000 to $1,500 range. That's where your distribution, your highest proportion of rentals were distributed. Big shift between 2019 and 2021. Right now, the largest proportion of your rental units rent for $2,000. So that's a pretty dramatic increase for folks over the last just 2 years. And the rental data are higher today. The rent costs are higher today. This shows you the shifts in the mortgage payment on the median priced home comparing 2018 to 2020. And the items to pay attention to here are the proportions on the right. We separated this between single family detached and then condos, townhomes, and what we call plexes. So a plex is a duplex, an eightplex, anything that's sort of in a plex format in real estate listings. Frisco is orange, so keeping with the color scheme here, and you can see you're pretty, kind of in between in terms of your single family detached price increase, but all of which are extraordinary in just the last 5 years. The increase in market rate condos, townhomes, and plexes, you can see Frisco shifts between 2021 and 2022 to get above any of your share of your surrounding market. We've had a pretty big increase just in the last year in what it takes in terms of a mortgage payment to be able to buy a home.
What would cause Frisco to deviate so much from the rest of the county there?
Boy, that's a great question. I'd have to look into the data to see if it was any, it was like a cluster of developments.
Besides the attractive.
I think this is, it's just a little bit of a smaller sample size when we're talking about that. So there aren't as many in the market.
Is if we you look at a lot of the single family homes that have been scraped, and now it's fourplexes and $2 million units. We will skew that quite quickly in our sample size. These are the reported median monthly housing costs. This is effective as of spring 2023. So it's about when we were running the survey. And you can see Frisco here is about in the middle. So this is alphabetical. This one's alphabetical. Owners are on the left, renters are on the right. And so we asked people, what are you paying in mortgage, rent, for your internet, your wireless, all the other stuff like student loans or credit cards. And for owners, this is totaling about $36.50 for Frisco. If you compare that to what a renter is paying, it's not that far off. So what a renter is paying out of pocket looks a lot like what an owner is paying out of pocket right now, because owners acquire their properties, brought a lot of wealth to that, they acquired their properties a long time ago. And so it's tough right now to be a renter, especially a renter looking to buy. Got high rental costs, home prices are really high. And you kind of look at this data and think, wouldn't it be nice if I were an owner? I'd be paying not a whole lot less. And so to that point, we calculated, this is based on the assessor median value, but we compared that to what was listed for sale in 2022. What do you have to earn? What's required, the median or the income required to buy the median valued home? What's your income required for debt service? And this is by housing type. So if I'm out shopping around today, this is in Summit County,
and I'm looking for a single family detached home, I need to have an income of $450,000 to buy the median value or median priced home. If I'm shopping around for a townhome, my income needs to be $300,000. A Plex is about $337,000. Things get a little better if I can buy a unit in a large multifamily complex. So a condo, I need to have $200,000 a year income. So that's getting to sort of your higher end workforce income. And this is represented both of assessor data as well as for sale data in 2022. So switching to solutions, we asked people, what do you need most to improve your housing situation? Frisco, people said finding a home that I can afford to buy. But we had a pretty good share of people say, you know, I'm pretty happy with my situation. That is certainly a positive finding that's reflective of a good share of people who are housing stable. The third highest reason was helping me find rental housing, down payment and closing costs to buy a home, and then more bedrooms for my family. These data are a little hard, they're a little faint, but I'll walk you through why I presented this and what we're looking for in the data. We have a series of questions that asked about deed restricted, interest in deed restricted ownership. And this is interesting to know for your planning purposes, but we also wanted to know for our modeling, for people who say, I would like to buy a home, what trade-offs they're willing to make to be in a deed restricted product. So I didn't want to build out deed restricted demand if or take sort of the people at a certain AMI band and say, I'm going to place them in deed restricted units for forecasting if they weren't interested in buying. So we asked the question for that reason. And this table crosses this by a number of different elements, by place, by tenure, by age, by income, and by household characteristics. And the upshot here is really between about a third and 40% of people are pretty interested in buying a deed restricted home up until I get into those higher income categories, and then it drops off a bit. So I think it's fair to say that there is definitely interest and demand for deed restricted units, and people are willing to make the trade-off, particularly if they're in community. For those that said, I'm very interested or moderately interested in buying a deed restricted home, how much could you afford to pay or would be willing to pay if you're out there looking for this type of home? And our question is resale limits instead of using the term deed restriction. And for Frisco, the mean, so the average was about $347,000 is what I could afford or what I'd be willing to pay. We also give the 25th, the 50th, and the 75th percentile. So you can see sort of 450 to 5 was really the high there. That's pretty consistent, you know, with what we're seeing, a little lower than what we're seeing in the county. I'm going to shift and talk about projected housing needs here. The other thing that we ask about to make sure that we're not overinflating needs is what people plan to do in the future. And this is an answer that surprised me a little bit in addition to the deed restriction answer. In a very high cost environment like yours, we typically see that people are saying, I've sort of had it, I'm going to leave. And instead, we saw, you know, a pretty strong interest in staying in the county. So if you look at all the possible answers here, which are in the columns, we ask people to select from. I plan to stay in my current place that I'm living in for as long as possible. About a third of residents in Frisco said that was the case for them. I plan to at some point to move within Summit County. 20% of Frisco residents told us that. I'm worried I won't be able to stay here, but I want to stay in my current place. Another 20% of Frisco residents told us that. I plan to move and I'm going to leave Summit County. Only 14, so 14% of residents told us that for Frisco. And I was surprised that it was that low, pretty much across communities. So people want to stay if they can, and ideally they would like to live here for a really long time. So shifting to housing production or housing estimates and starting with production. So we take into account both the units that you believe are going to be built in Frisco. So not all of those would be approved, but those would be planned units. We do that for the county overall and for all of the towns. We also took a look at land use and projections of what could be built out. So what's sort of the maximum number of units that the county and that the towns project they might develop. And then last but not least, and the first bullet here, we tried to understand, is the second home market and the second and short-term rental market just going to drop off? Like, is this just a blip, or are people still going to be interested in having a second home market? And I would say the answer to the first, or that question I just asked, which is reflected here in the first bullet, is we think it's probably going to still be pretty robust. When we look at people who have come to Colorado, both the baby boomers and then their children, the millennials, these are pretty large age groups. They influence the market really heavily. We're not going to see a big drop off in age until after the babies who were born right before the Great Recession age sort of. So we've got a period of time where we've got a lot of young people who are interested in moving to Colorado, interested in staying here. A lot of those individuals are making pretty good wages. Once they reach that 40 to 50 year bracket where people start to acquire second homes, we think they probably will. And so we didn't sort of dial back expectations around second vacation home ownership for projections. We took into account that there's about 2,200 new units that we think are going to be developed in Summit County in the next 5 years, and that's affordable and market rate. And then we segmented them by AMI, and you see that in the chart that I'm going to show you for Frisco. These projected units could fulfill about 20% of ownership needs and 50% of rental needs. So if everything gets built, you're doing pretty well in terms of production. It's sort of where those are landing in terms of affordability. And then overall, we're estimating that 5,600 units are possible before the county reaches the estimated build out and developable land becomes really limited. And then you shift to a redevelopment mode. So not a whole lot of land to develop. In terms of accounting for people and meeting the needs of people, this is what we did. We took a share of the approximately 2,400 seasonal workers who said it's really hard to find housing here. And if I could find housing, I might become a full-time worker. I might, pick up another job. I'd like to live here full-time. We took a share of about 2,500 commuters who said, I'm renting and I'm willing to make a trade-off to live in a county. And then we prioritized folks who are sleeping on the couch or on the floor, renters living in a car, or renters living in poor or fair housing condition. You'll see that we housed most of those folks because they have critical needs. We also took a share of commuters who are earning more than 80% of the area median income and said they want to buy. Depending on their income, we fit them into market rate or fit them into deed restricted units. And then we calculated about 1,600 people currently working and living in Summit County right now want to buy deed restricted units, have incomes more than 60% AMI, and they make that trade-off if we gave them units. There are about 240 market rate units that we think will come on to the market that renters could afford to buy, so higher income renters. We also inflated the number of units productions to get to a 5% vacancy rate for long-term rentals. That gives you a more functional market. We accounted for employment growth, which was really a pretty small share of projections relative to all of the needs that I just talked about. And then again, we took out planned development. So putting that all together, this is what we get for Frisco. So the way to read this chart is the pieces that I just walked through are reflected in the columns in this chart. The first 4 columns show the current and future needs. Then I shift to plan and available units. And the remaining needs is just basic math. It's basically the current and future needs minus the plan and available units gives me the remaining needs. This is separated by renters on top and owners on the bottom, and then by the AMI distribution. So 0 to 30% AMI, 31 to 40%. So what to pay attention to is the far 2 right-hand columns. This shows you at the top there, the 5-year units needed for renters, and then the average annual production, and then the same for owners. It's a little hard to see that owner number because of the, wondering if I might be able to change that a little bit. Just it's smaller, yeah. Remove that. Oh, that would be great. That's perfect. Thank you. So your needs for, amazing. Thank you so much. There's no way I could have accomplished that. Your 5-year needs for rental units it's only about 71 units, and it's pretty well distributed across the AMIs. Where it gets a little bit funky here is that when we look at production and where rental production is going to happen, it's in those higher AMI levels, but your needs in the lower AMI levels. So something that's unique about your math here is I'm taking people who are lower income than your units, their planned units are being produced for, and I'm housing them, I'm cost burdening them a little bit. So I might be taking somebody who's 50% AMI, I'm putting them in a 100% AMI unit. So I'm, it's not ideal, but it's sort of how the math works, if that makes sense. So basically, your need, I would say bare minimum need is 70. It's higher than that, honestly, if I don't house those lower income renters in those moderate income rental units. The reason your need looks good is because you're planning to build a bunch of stuff. So 159 units in the pipeline here. If you don't, your need gets a lot bigger. So if I take those away, I take those out of the pipeline, you're looking at 230 units of bare minimum. And for owners, things are a little bit different here. Your projected need is 150 units. If you don't build what you say you're going to build, that bumps that back up to 220. That differential is smaller because you just don't have as many affordable ownership units in the pipeline. Way in advance in here. Let's escape. Wait, there you go. I'll see it like it kind of goes away. Stop. I think I'm on this way. Or are you looking at where there we go. Yeah, got it. And the other piece of information that's in the study that's very Frisco specific that I just want to draw people's attention to. This is the end of the resident survey. If you want to know the composition of people who responded to the resident survey that are Frisco residents, this is the demographic breakdown for those individuals. So it gives you a little more detail than what I just presented. And this is all found in the report in the survey section. Page through. I'm going to go to observations of policy considerations, and then go back and take questions. So these are observations of policy. I'm going to move this a little bit. Policy considerations that we were invited to offer throughout these presentations. But again, this isn't anything that we were tasked with in terms of a strategic plan. These are our observations. And these are Summit County-wide observations. The first one is, we started this study, we talked a lot about AMIs. And why sometimes the federal AMIs and the state AMIs, so the programs, the eligible AMIs for state and federal programs don't make a lot of sense for Summit County. Did a lot of analysis and concluded there's a problem on both ends. So you have a lot of low wage workers, some of whom in the county overall, some of whom are undocumented. They're not getting picked up in the survey data that determine the AMIs. You also have a lot of workers who have needs who are what we would call or higher income relative to what we see in other markets in the state. And basically the AMI data are imperfect to be able to capture all of these. You've got outliers on two sides. You've got low wage workers, you've got high wage workers. And so where programs in terms of funding are oriented, they're a smaller band than where your need is. And that's part of the problem, is getting funding to build housing here. That funding is not necessarily calibrated to your needs. I know your commissioner's been working on that with the state. The other observation that I just talked about is those numbers that I showed you are really driven by dissatisfied seasonal workers not happy with their situation, would love to become year-round workers if they could find housing. Dissatisfied in commuters who would love to live here and make the trade-off to live here, even if that means living in something that's a little different than what they've got outside of the county. And then those precariously housed renters that I talked about, I'm providing housing for them. All those people are driving the numbers more so than employment. The state demographer is not projecting huge employment growth for the county. So that's a really modest modest component in terms of the projected need. In terms of recommendations, building more intentional workforce communities, we heard that from employers. There's resident interest in that. But so some of the Spanish speakers we did focus groups with didn't always feel like those communities were for them. Maybe some of the information wasn't in Spanish. They looked at the materials, didn't see people like them on some of the marketing materials. And so just an observation that thinking about affirmatively marketing future units will be really important. Also making sure that the units are developed meets the family's needs. Land trust models can do that. Also sweat equity models sometimes do that as well. Employers, when we asked who should be prioritized in terms of needs, there was a lot of conversation about essential workers, you know, your medical staff, behavioral health, educators and teachers, people who are power grid responders came up, people who, you know, clearing roads, responding to accidents. There was a lot of concern that if we don't house these people, the county's in trouble. And so there needs to be prioritization there.
That gets to be a tough one because of some of the funding programs.
Yep.
Right? Fair housing is a thing that we have to deal with. Okay.
Yeah, and certainly I'm expressing what they told me, not necessarily the legal side of things. Yeah, it gets really tricky when conversations come into play. Employers said, you know, it's kind of tough for us sometimes. We live outside of a town. Our workers want to live in the town. The deed restrictions are town specific. And so a lot of conversations about could there be some flexibility? We don't really understand how these things work, how people get units. So maybe some more transparency around that. And then just the nod to how important is the last bullet, your pipeline projects are. It's really important things get built. I just had this conversation with Breckenridge an hour and a half ago. You know, our needs numbers take into account those pipeline production. If that stuff doesn't get built, your needs are much higher. I'm going to shift and talk just a little bit about land use. We didn't do a land use analysis, but particularly when we were doing this study, there were a lot of conversations at the state level about land use and zoning. So some observations that I would like to share is a general observation that we share with communities that are thinking about how, if we were to change some of our regulations, how do we ensure that a townhome or a plex, particularly given the data that I presented earlier, is going to be a like, how do we make sure that those units are actually meant for workforce? And the city of Austin, Texas has done these things with melding affordability and land use. They have a program called Affordability Unlocked. It gives basically by right approval to replace existing use with something that would be higher density up into 6 or 8 plex. If those developments carry a pretty high share of affordable units, there's some other parameters too. And they're really targeting undervalued parcels that are maybe on a corridor, sort of a corner lot, places that, you know, really want to be something other than an underutilized single family detached home or underutilized retail or commercial. And that program's been real successful. So I would look at that if you're thinking about some land use modifications. When you think back to that build out number that I offered relative to what your needs are, I think the county and the towns within the county are going to have to look really closely at redeveloping underutilized properties, disincentivizing demolition, thinking hard about land use in the context of preservation, as well as making better use of properties for affordable housing. Aggressively pursuing state funding. I think you all are already in the queue for Prop 123 funds. There's a pro-housing grant opportunity right now at the federal level. That's something that in my history of doing housing I haven't seen before. I think it's really cool. So it's a signal that more funding could happen, and we're taking this more seriously and so going after those funds. I think you're well positioned to do it. You've got a record of successfully building affordable housing. In terms of that one-stop shop recommendation that people shared with us, there were some conversations about, I'm not sure where to go to if I need to seek out housing. And this was also from employers. I'm not really sure what Breckenridge is doing relative to Frisco, relative to Summit County. So thinking about like a collective strategy coming together and forming a strategy. Boulder Valley Housing Partnership did this many years ago. They brought all the towns together. It was like a year process and said, what are your goals? What needs you can meet? What are your employment demands? And how can we work more readily together to be able to achieve some kind of a joint strategy, as well as create sort of a one, like a landing place for all things housing related. So maybe look at what they have done. And that gets to those last two goals, the partnership as well as the one-stop shop. And that's it. I'm happy to take questions.
Sure, again, but I can question to this, so. Thoughts, questions, and then we do have one council member joining us online.
Oh, okay,
so
great.
just so you know, if you hear a voice from the sky. How, I guess I'll start, how, since you just gave this to Breckenridge as well, and I know you have the numbers in your head, but they've been so aggressive, and I think they're kind of the. How do their numbers look? How are they achieving better than other towns in the county, or where do they land?
The Breckenridge is a little bit complicated because of their employment growth. And so their numbers are bigger, their needs bigger, largely because if you think about the seasonal and the in commuting, that they've been under, and Breckenridge, the town has done a very good job of responding to needs, but I would say they, as in sort of, all together, have underhoused workers for a long time, particularly workers of lower wages. And so as units have converted, if they've dropped out of the long-term rental inventory, that's exacerbated that problem. And their number as a result of those conversions, as well as where employment growth is going to happen, it will be centered around, those existing employment centers. And so their numbers are bigger for those two reasons, mostly on the rental side.
I think there's a question.
Sure.
What do you use for AMI as the study?
We used whatever the Summit County Housing Authority, the prevailing AMI for, I think, 2023. No, I think we used, maybe it's 2.5 or 3. I have to go back.
88,000.
Yeah.
Just making sure we're talking the same.
Yep.
Do you have the average price of a home in Frisco under $2 million?
Do you think, are you asking if it's under $2 million or?
No, if you take the ones over 2 million and the number below.
What's the average within that under
Yeah.
2 million? I'd have to, I don't think I have that off the top of my head, but we could calculate.
Curious.
Yeah.
And then is, just so I know, the housing payment, when you calculated those numbers, was that based on 30% of your income overall?
Yes, it was. And we do a 30-year mortgage.
Yep, that's all.
Oh, that was on.
Just making sure I have that.
Yep, and whatever the prevailing interest rate was at the time.
Perfect. And then when you in here, you had planned units. Do you know what projects those were referencing?
That is in the study. So
Okay.
there's a table that has all of the units. It's in the affordability section, I think. And so we segment out the table that I showed you that you're looking at here, just shows the end result. But the planned units, I think, are right before that.
Thanks, right? Because it's hard to have the conversation with right, whatever it was, 420,000 as your average income to be able to, like, that's not a realistic conversation to have with your average person.
Yes.
So just saying. And then the 60 to 110 AMI, does this study assume that's the middle, in that the numbers I'm usually hearing are 80% to 140?
That 60 to 110 is in reference to where people told us they think programs are oriented and that where funding is available and that's not meeting
That's
the
the
needs.
yeah, thanks for that.
So that would be more of an observation. I mean, definitely people in this county are very sophisticated in the way they talk about AMI. It's part of how they think about qualifying for housing. And so more so than anywhere I've ever been, when I ask what are needs, they say 60 to 100% of 10% of AMI is where the production is being concentrated, and we have wider needs. So that's reflective of, I would say, mostly of what employers told us.
Thank you.
Could you talk, like, when we were going into that AMI conversation where there was like, I think we called it gaps on both ends of the AMI spectrum for this particular community. talk a little bit more about that? What we
Sure.
call like picture,
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah, I can talk through it, and I'm happy to send a memo that talks through the math too. So and this was probably in February, so during the course of the study, we took the AMIs that the Division of Housing State was using by program, and then we looked at based on the survey data, what we would calculate your AMIs to be and the reason that they're. And then we looked at the Spanish survey AMIs relative to the English AMIs to see why is Summit County such a difference than like the median, if you will. So we basically segmented your population in different types and then calculated the AMIs within those bands to see why you don't seem to comport entirely with like what the state would be using as an AMI.
Yeah, so we're missing housing on both ends of that spectrum.
You are.
That, yeah.
Yes, yeah, because we're tip where, let's say that you come to me and you say, what do you have, what can you offer in terms of funding? I have a whole lot of needs. And I would say, I will make you a grant, or I will make you a really good loan, but only in this bracket.
Gotcha.
And I can't do anything else. I can't do anything lower. That's a totally different program. Somebody else does that. And I can't do anything higher because the federal government tells me I can't. And the one thing, and so AMIs are an imperfect tool, certainly. In some markets, they're imperfect because an AMI is the area median income that includes homeowners. So in some markets where homeowners have come into high income homeowners have come in and overwhelm the market, if you will, with their purchases, you see AMIs shift up really fast, and it's not representative of renters. So a renter's income may have been stagnant, but the HUD data are showing me that that shouldn't be the case because the AMI is going up. So if I'm a renter making $35,000 a year and my income has never changed, I'm not saying that's true, but it could be true, right? And my income hasn't changed over the last 10 years, but people have come into the market and bumped up the AMI. I'm expected to pay more, even though I don't have any more income to pay more. That makes sense?
Sure, and if you're somebody that, say you're in a deed restricted unit tied to the AMI calculation, I just don't know. So yeah, it bumps up, but like you're just gonna stay in this bracket.
It depends on the program. And when I said I'm expected to pay more, I mean, the affordability programs that are presented to me would say, we're assuming your income went up because everybody's income went in, mine may not. So that where this gets tricky, and this is a conversation I had with Breckenridge, was the numbers that I have presented are not necessarily reflective of eligibility.
Right.
So seasonal workers have a hard time sometimes because their income is seasonal, but they also may be working a whole lot of jobs. My income's really high in June, and I have no income in October or November. My income drops a lot, and so for that reason, it's hard to qualify to buy a home, and sometimes it's really hard to get a rental. So there's more nuances to it than what we're reflecting.
Figure out the renters AMI, some estimating concept that I've heard or seen.
From the study that you just presented, it looks like around 80 to 100 is the renters, or is that 60 to?
In terms of need,
Yeah.
the need sort of overall in the county is really that there's a big need in the 30 to 60%. And those are your seasonal, those are your in commuters who can't afford to live here, and a little bit of those precariously housed. Most of the precariously housed would be in the 0 to 30, but not all of them. There are definitely people who I met who are working here and have a wage that should qualify them to rent for rental housing, but they can't find it. So that's reflective of that unique population, the seasonal workers, the precariously housed, and the really low wage in commuters. And those numbers are big. And so that's why that need exists there. And then for then you'll see there's a little bit of a jump to that 80 to 100% for renters. We have to make a judgment call in terms of when we're doing projections, who do I put deed restricted ownership housing and who do I put into market rate and ownership housing? And we just split that. And we do a little bit of analysis with the survey data and what they told us, but it's mostly AMI driven. So some of them are renters and some of them are deed restricted owners.
Okay.
So Rick, to follow your question about pipeline plan developments that are in the study. It does include 619 Granite Street project or Granite Park. It does include 602 Galena at 45 units. It does include that's termed a various project, but then it's 55 units, so you could assume that that's 101 West Main. And then in the unincorporated county, it includes 436 units for retail.
In our study.
In this study,
Sorry.
countywide study.
Yeah.
Which is saying the need is still pretty great even.
The need is great. I'm a little, I don't know, I guess my instincts have all along like been screaming at me about the renter AMI categories and who was in that. And I guess it's not a secret anymore. It's a little validating to like, just see that, I guess.
And I think that the ability to, we really lucky we had some good partners in fielding the resident survey, but having a successful resident survey helps take maybe what you're hearing anecdotally and put some data, some facts around that. So it's a nice element to the study, and kudos to the county for funding a study that had a resident survey component to it, because we don't always get to do that. But it does help you understand a little better about where those nuances are that you wouldn't necessarily see in secondary data.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's. Sorry.
Obviously, you're- Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, clarifying question. So, considering all of the projects we have that you've already taken into consideration, then we need, you're saying, another 250 units on top of that in Frisco. That's what you've come up with?
That's correct. If you add both the renter and the ownership units, I think maybe it's a little bit higher than that. And that would be a 5-year number.
Right. It's going to be 5 years for us to get fully out of the ground with all of our projects right now, but interesting.
Other than the income you need to earn to purchase any of the units in your study, what else stood out to you and your teams and to do these broad scope?
Yeah, that income, we don't always do that math, but that was pretty telling. We had really good assessors data and we had very, very good MLS data that was contributed to us. And so we were able to do that. And I would say those numbers were a little eye-popping for me. Both the assessors data, your valuation and how much it's changed. I think just the commitment that people have to wanting to be here and work here and build families here. It's I would say, fairly unusual to see that just value. Summit County has a lot of people place a lot of value on not necessarily the being in a resort, but being in this place. And that really stood out. So, sometimes you get a little more of I'm a temporary, I came here to work as a lifty for 2 years and probably go back to Denver. I'll go back to school. I expect to see a little more of that. Not to completely stereotype, but I've seen that in other studies. And that didn't come across as wasn't as prevalent as I expected.
Anything else? Thank you so much. I think I've been through 3 of these studies now. 10-year on council, and he's got one of the most in-depth, and I think most productive in giving us direction. And so, I think showing that we have made a dent, which I think is good. I think that's what we have is 1,000 units more of need. So there's a little positive buried in there. So thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. And we follow up with any questions.
My biggest thing is just gotta keep going after
Keep
everything and anything we can if it's out there.
That's good to hear though, because that number, just a couple hundred seems big to me. I'm saying that it was
And I
only
think,
10% of that.
I want to say
That's
our
pretty
last
good.
housing study, wide was like 48.
Wow.
Yeah, we brought on like 1,800
Yeah.
countywide,
Yeah.
1,500.
Yeah.
So it's less.
Yeah, and so it's.
So, yeah.
We're getting-
You have done a good job.
Oh, look. We take a quick 5 minutes, we go over to the next agenda. Group and talk more housing.
Chair was like, show the.
Oh, yeah.
She really, she was something like alone. She didn't really, it's like. It's a shit, if you're not the one that keeps telling them, she said it was like she never-
The first one. Good. 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 Yeah. All right. Then we will move on to agenda item number 2 this afternoon. This is the review of the Summit County application for extraterritorial water taps development.
I think I'll start.
I'm sorry.
And I'll turn it over to Chris. So,
My chair.
that's fine. At your last, work session. Staff is, Water County. About their application specifically. Also want to acknowledge there's some folks here following the senior housing issue within the Lake Hill application. Just to note some folks in the audience, but so now staff has been looking at this and conversing with the county staff. Some questions they have in their analysis for about 2 months. And we want to come back knowing that eventually, if the council is wanting to approve water for this extraterritorial application, that we're going to have to develop with staff and the town attorney an agreement with the county to memorialize that. That's what you will eventually be considering if you tell us to draft that. But to back up, there are several areas of, why don't you go to the next slide, Chris? So, there you go. So, within our ordinance, obviously you're considering how water would be provided to this development. And there's the intricacies of water rights and whether our infrastructure can handle it and what infrastructure the county would put into this project. And we'll talk about that a little bit today. But within our ordinance, you are allowed or directed to look at really a lot of different things that could be factors or what we call detrimental secondary impacts to the provision of water, especially to a development of this size right on the border of Frisco. So as we look at this, go to the next slide, Chris. So as we look at this, we want to make sure as staff that we are talking through with you those areas of detrimental impact, possible detrimental impact, or other things that you may eventually want to condition your approval of water if you do. So we're going to go through those today. We don't need you to take a poll of the council members to say, yes, we want it worded this way and direct that and draft that into the document. We more want to know, is that an area you want us to cover? And do you want more information about that from either staff or from the county? We know that since this is an agreement with the county, that you're going to be in a negotiating position at some point eventually. So you have the opportunity to also go in a closed session and discuss that. And you can get more specific and answer questions around those around this application. But today we're just validating the areas of impact and any other areas around the water application itself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Thanks, Tom. So I'll start with a little application background. We received this extraterritorial application July 13th. The phase 1 application includes 436 workforce housing units. 60 of those 436 are reserved for senior living. It includes 10,000 square feet for a child care facility, 4,000 square feet of community space. The application submittals do show a phase 2 expansion up to 825 units. However, the current application only includes water service for the phase 1, which is the 436. So we have a schedule here that was submitted with the application. A phase 2 schedule wasn't submitted. This is just phase 1. So the construction is shown as 2025 to 2030. 2025 would be when site work, utility infrastructure would be installed. One item to highlight here for consideration is that the amenities are shown at the end of the schedule. So the daycare and the community center construction would start in 2020 and then be completed at the end of the project in 2030.
Where is the senior units? Is that?
I think this is right behind.
So, wait,
Yeah. Yeah, so the that's the.
Building one,
that's,
I think it's building one, is if you go back to your first slide.
Let's call that.
So it's currently shown in that timetable, 2029.
so is that,
I think that's building
Yep.
one, right, is the senior living.
so is that at the end of the time schedule?
So now going to the various impacts, as Tom mentioned, each of these slides, stop me and then ask me if you have questions or if there's any additional areas not covered at these points. Take notes, and I'll add that to the list. So I'll kind of go through a little bit of background, there's submittals, and then most of these slides will have areas of concern, impacts, or additional analysis here. Maybe some kind of potential additions. So to start with water resources, the project would require be 440 EQRs, and so that would require 111.8 shares of the Clinton Ditch water rights. So that is what's being proposed. Town Water Council has reviewed these and generally agreed to them. Another item to note on those shares is the applicant's responsible for cost to modify or create new augmentation plan for shares. For new water infrastructure, there's not a specific plan detailing all of this, but the impact study was additional water mains near the property needed for redundancy, new mains in the development, services, potential other infrastructure. The exact details of that infrastructure is not yet detailed in the applications. New areas of concern. Analysis would still be needed for the Lake Hill development on the fire flow supply. The applicant would be responsible for this analysis and cost of any upgrades and new infrastructure required to meet those fire flows units. Ownership and maintenance of the water system. In the application, it's stated as ownership to be at the discretion of the town. So there's options for the town to take ownership of it, maintenance, or it would be on the development either through a HOA or metro district. And then one other item to note is in the application, as I mentioned, the water rights. The application is only for the 436 units. They do mention sizing infrastructure up to the full 805 units. So traffic impacts, start with vehicle traffic impacts. So approximately 25% increase would be created from the phase 1 building. And then phase 2 would cause roughly a 50% traffic increase. So this would be on Dillon Dam Road and the adjacent intersections. When those increases would start going down as it gets spread out and down. There'd be increased traffic on Dillon Dam Road, Western Court, 10 Mile Drive, and Summit Boulevard. Main impacts of those. And then one item to note is the 10 Mile Drive would have impacts for both exit 203 modifications and the Lake Hill traffic. So that would be changing some of the trip distributions and traffic patterns. So there's a compounding factor on that road. And then there'd be 2 new intersections created on Dillon Dam Road from these Lake Hill intersections. So we'll go more into those in a minute, but you can see on the graphic on the right, the red circles is where roundabouts are those.
Just can you remind me in the traffic impact study, those are based on kind of ideal daily situation, right? So the dam road's closed. Right, again, back in the 70s, but this is just kind of ideally.
Yeah,
Situation that will come through their
just for a standard increase.
Those were,
Just to say it out loud and to see if it was, I don't think it was factored into the study. Does that include certain vehicles not being allowed to go over the dam?
as far as the traffic increases accounting for certain vehicles. I believe it does consider that, but
Right, like there was a discussion of like. Talking to Denver Water, right, about allowing Summit Stage and or school buses.
Summit, yeah, the Summit Stage, I know that was listed in there as modifying that so they could be allowed across the. Traffic impacts, additional analysis required. I won't go through all the traffic engineering details in the study and some of the minor points of it, but some of the more major points for additional analysis. There's some additional traffic generation accounted for in it from the childcare facility, senior living, community space that would be accounted for in addition to those 436 units of the traffic impacts. You know, they've mentioned exit 203 configuration, and there has been some analysis around that. But a couple of factors in it, the traffic study doesn't have the newest layout from CDOT, so there's been some changes on that have been studied this impact. And exit 203 would also change some of the trip distribution, some patterns around it will be updated and revised to reflect that accurately. And then, kind of as discussed, the 10-mile road in particular would see probably the most impacts from the additional traffic volume and that exit 203 change. So there needs to be additional analysis to see if there's any improvements in mitigation on those intersections, some of the adjacent ones further down.
Where's 10-mile road?
So 10-mile, or I guess it'd be, yeah, I think it's actually 10-mile drive and the 10-mile road
Okay.
comes off of that,
Gotcha.
so yeah. So,
Yeah, no, I thought that's what they meant by it. I know what it's called now.
thanks for pointing that out.
Property number.
That was 10-mile road.
So areas of concern that exhibit on the title page of the most recent conceptual plan doesn't show roundabouts at the intersections on Dillon Dam Road. So the original master plan and the traffic impact study both showed roundabouts there. Currently, they're not being shown. And then also Dillon Dam Road right now, it changes from a town road to a county road, back to a town road, then county again. So there's kind of some discontinuity there. So we think this could be an opportunity to check those boundaries to create something that makes more sense with a continuous boundary for ownership, maintenance, and compensation. Then the last item is that the town has an access permit with CDOT where Summit Boulevard meets Dillon Dam Road. This would be more than they have a threshold. There's a 20% increase, many side roads from a development. It requires a new access permit. Well, since this would be at least 25% increase, the new access permit would be required, which would require CDOT to review and add conditions. General permits there.
So just to talk about that a little further, does that mean that is CDOT only concerned with the intersection with Summit Boulevard and Dillon Dam Road? Is that?
Generally any impacts to Highway 9, Summit Boulevard, so it would generally be the intersection there.
Okay, and then of course with this new configuration of exit 203, that's a much different traffic flow. So would they analyze that access permit with the new alignment in mind or existing?
I believe with the timing, they would analyze it with the new traffic configuration. And they said they have done some preliminary analysis with these traffic volumes, their traffic model for that. The timing of this with that. Analyzing the two different movements. Talk more about pedestrian impacts. So the development would increase pedestrian traffic on Dillon Dam Road, rec path, other roads and trails in Frisco. They're proposing pedestrian improvements on 9,000 Divide Road and Lake Point Drive. That's the connection over towards Summit Boulevard. The exact improvements for that haven't been detailed, but they're not proposing a new path or improvements to the current path where it's on Dillon Dam Road. The other main impact is pedestrian vehicle conflicts on Dillon Dam Road, particularly at the crossing over to the north side of the road to get to the development. A potential pedestrian overpass has been identified on the project. They're identifying it to be constructed in phase 2, and then phase one would only have an accurate crosswalk. So a few items to discuss on the need and timing of these improvements. First one would be the grade separated crossing, pedestrian overpass, requirements around that, timing of the construction of it. Then Dillon Dam Road, the existing rec path, any improvements to that and connection to Lusher Court with requirements and alignment, path work required there. And this exhibit on the right, this is from the Frisco Trails Master Plan. It's been referenced in Waco traffic impact study in their master plan. So this one, if you look at this C1 trail, identifies a trail connection that would continue paralleling Dillon Dam Road. But currently they're not proposing anything. And last item is just the timing of all the pedestrian improvements relative to that schedule we saw from 2025 to 2030. Parking concerns, the Giberson Day parking would be impacted. This would be if those roundabouts were constructed at the entrances to the development that would encroach into the existing parking. We do see this as an opportunity to define entrances, improve safety. That parking needs to be relocated and modified to the entrance intersections. Then other infrastructure impacts. So the street pavement impacts would be from utility installation, either from water infrastructure, sewer, other utilities needed to serve the development, and then additional traffic generated from the development. This really isn't discussed in the traffic impact study, but that 25 to 50% increase would impact the pavement life, additional cost of pavement maintenance. These next two items are outside of town utilities. The first one is Frisco Sanitation District infrastructure. And condition of the application is approval from the sanitation district will be required. And then lastly, there's impacts to electrical, possibly natural gas and cellular communications. Transit, currently there's no transit service on Dillon Dam Road. As you mentioned, Rick, currently buses aren't allowed across the dam. But they are proposing in their submittal that a summit stage route would be added across the dam road. 2 new stops would be added off the road near the development. Proposing that these would be added at 50% occupancy of phase 1. So some items we've identified for discussion and what conditions would be to discuss a minimum level of service requirement. So this would add possible headways, wait times, hours of day services available, when the service needs to be operational, any other metrics for transit options to serve the development. And alternate options could be discussed, including micro transit or other class of transit solutions other than the summit stage. The impacts to the police department. This table you see at the bottom, it's a little hard to read here, but this comes from their application. So they're estimating, there's a couple different numbers in the different impact studies, but phase 1 they're showing would be approximately a $10,000 impact to the Frisco Police Department. They are estimating that Frisco tax revenue would exceed $100,000. So they're showing that the amount of revenue would exceed this impact. An item for discussion would be any additional mitigation or compensation expected for these impacts.
Like sales tax revenue?
Yeah, it's saying additional sales tax revenue. Frisco.
I thought we were told that the people who moved in there were people who were already here. So that's
That's true. Also, are there any impacts to public works?
Yeah, I've got another slide we'll get to if we still then talk about it. So we have that as a discussion point. We don't have an exact number as far as what that dollar amount would look like. But there would be additional impacts works department, so the police department. So for recreation facilities, these are a little harder to quantify, but existing recreation facilities in town, Peninsula Recreation Area, Nordic Center, Marina, trails, parks, open space, after school programs, which would all be projected to see increased use from the development. And then this lower area of parks and open space, this would be the new parks and open space on the site. They're proposing 6.05 acres in phase 1 and an additional 4.74 acres added in phase 2. And item for discussion would be whether we would want to add any temporary land use requirements to phase 2. As far as adding uses or amenities to that property that would provide public benefit for this development. Considerations, the impact study talks about the school district impacts. They've identified approximately 100 additional students from phase 1 being generated. That impact study, it states that the school district did not identify any capacity upgrade needs from those additional 100 students. Childcare impacts, phase 1 is estimating approximately 40 additional children requiring childcare. The application doesn't commit to a minimum number of children, but it does commit to 10,000 square feet of childcare space. Based on average numbers from this should exceed that 40 child demand, and create additional capacity to the community. And then a discussion item would be timing requirements for the operation of the childcare facility, any other amenities. As we saw in the schedule, they're showing that would be constructed in 2030. Then for financial impacts, as we were discussing, is we have numbers that they put to the police department impacts. We don't have a full analysis of all operational costs, but there would be additional costs for water, streets, parks, recreation. And so we don't have a full breakdown of how this would compare to any increased tax revenue. So that's all the impacts that we've identified.
Can you, just a quick, the school district did not identify any capacity upgrades or needs. I read that as they didn't respond. Megan should we?
The impacts
I doubt it
anymore.
You have to read that specifically as part of that. Yes, is that they did get a response, but. Jason is nodding his head. They did get a response.
From the cheap seats.
Are there any other areas that we haven't identified here that discuss or add to the list for us to analyze?
And I think, and just kind of up what Tom said, but we made sure we allotted ample time to go through this. If we want to go back to each slide, just if you weren't keeping up with your notes or anything else, I think this is important. There's, as you can see by the 3-inch stack of paper, which that is our packet this for this meeting tonight. There's a lot in here, so don't feel rushed. We provided ample time, so if you want to go back through, we can do that. Each slide and make sure our questions are addressed or concerns as we go. So yeah.
I mean, I'd be into that. You guys are.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm gonna make you drive the
Yeah.
scary power. Where do you want to go on it? I mean, do you just want to, I think let's just start from the top again and just give a chance for all of us to kind of have these conversations per and then get ready the best way. So I didn't tee you up for that before you started.
So are we gonna talk about how our thoughts on them or just additional items to consider?
Yeah, so just anything else, any particular, high level questions under these things that you definitely are concerned about within these, and then anything also that you might not have identified in the presentation that's on your mind, which you have to all then take a look at.
Okay.
Yeah, even if you have things that you want us to clarify
Yeah.
from some of the materials, I realize you probably didn't get through all the materials. It's a huge amount of reading. But you might have some questions from what you want.
Yeah, and it's not the time for us to do design. This is high level conversation of where are we concerned? That we
Right,
want to
so
make
not
sure
really
that,
our thoughts or feelings.
that we're not missing
Yeah.
anything because of the scope of this application. So
Start with water.
start with water. Let's, because I'll just kick it right over to Rick, because I know he loves water.
I'm the water guy.
I think the EQR is right in the Dillon ditch as part of this agreement, which I don't see in this presentation though, but this, and I may be confusing the two different exchanges, right? But is it part of this agreement that are currently agreed upon Dillon ditch shares all come over, or is that
No.
part of, that's part of the
That's
other?
part of Phil's range.
Thank you. Okay, so that's why it's not here. And then I know, yeah, I presume the infrastructure discussion would be to include phase two, so that's.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I think what the county is saying is that they want to size the infrastructure within their development for a phase two. We're gonna have to get some judgment from our folks, and I've heard individual council members ask this. Our current infrastructure that's available, can it handle 436 units? Or do we have to make supplements to that, to the main and to storage or well in order to do that?
This question I had, and it's more an education piece, not a concern because it was already on there, but can you remind me, because it's been a while since we visited the fire flow, is that capacity and use through hydrants, or is that because they're going 4 stories, they have to have the water storage and irrigated?
Yeah, that would be kind of the max capacity, so that would be when sprinklers are running, hydrants are being used, it would have to meet minimum flow requirements. That's when you're gonna see the most use from that development. That's when we'd have to see if our existing main and water tank and everything could handle those flows, both for that development and make sure it's not going to impact some other part of town.
And that's standard for any major development application. There's a lot, in the past, there's a lot of conversation. Might be wrong, but 3 stories to 4 stories is a differentiation of fire needs for suppression sake. Past, they kept trying to keep it at 3 because you didn't have to have sprinklers. Water storage, so 4 I think changes that a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily bad. I just know that's been a past conversation a lot.
So that would have to be some things.
No, I mean, I'm just adding.
If you look around Denver and you see that first story halfway below the ground, they say they only have the sprinklers.
Oh my. God. Space.
So the height would increase the demand, but we haven't seen a model built for the area showing when it's at peak demand either way, what that would look like. Effects on the system, because the impact study, it mentions and it doesn't really differentiate whether this would be required only at phase 2, but it does identify a new source and a new tank being required. So it kind of hints at those being possibilities. We don't know from this phase 1 whether that would be needed to meet this peak demands.
I think the only other concern I'd have that I'd like just to have Jeff think about that I don't know if we have discussed is would we need to expand our water engineers or add an additional staffer? And that's a huge addition, especially looking at the potential full build out. We have the capacity to public works staff, water engineers. I know we have on-call shifts and everything else with that. I just don't know where we are. It might be simple, yes, but I'm sure that we're projecting out staffing implications for.
And that's some of the discussion around ownership and maintenance of the water system, because there's benefits of us retaining maintenance and ownership for control and water quality and some of those, but then yeah, there is additional costs with that and staffing, so
Yeah, I think that's important.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, if the ownership and maintenance isn't defined. Just kind of explain what that means overall. And what would the benefit be, but again, just.
Listen, Andy, I think you'll just chime in when you have something. We'll give you the we'll give you the floor when we hear you. So
Yeah, I'll just chime in on if you know, if we are to provide, you know, the main big enough for phase two, but we don't have the facilities to provide for phase two, you know, what is that, what's that impact on us? And, you know, what's that cost gonna be? Can you even do that? You know, can you do a bigger water main when you're not supplying that much, you know, capacity?
You know,
And I would say to further get into that little bit of detail is that obviously they're paying tap fees and then they're gonna be paying, you know, the individual units or EQRs are gonna be paying a rate at some point. So if additional infrastructure is needed to provide that water, there's obviously the question of, does the tap fee cover that? Doesn't it? And I think at some point, we're gonna have to have Jennifer definitively say yes or no. I think the answer is probably yes. But then there's the question of phase one and phase two also. Because at some point, we're gonna be doing rate and tap fee studies that if it's contemplating a phase two, how does that factor into it? I'm not sure I've fully got that thought out, but I'm sure Jeff is thinking about it.
anything else on water infrastructure, water particulars, concerns? Next, just keep cruising back through and. You know, I think on this one for particular, I still have, I think you've nailed most of my concerns. The big one that I've always had from this whole process is I still get my overarching concern on the travel is what happens on it seem to be a lot more frequent times when I-70 is closed, when the dam road's closed. As it stands now, we have mobility issues throughout town on those days. They're prolonged by any. And that volume of traffic without a plan for kind of idle car storage, for a better term of it, you know, people who can't get to Silverthorne or can't get to Grand Junction, whichever way they're trying to go. I think, and I'm not saying it's incumbent solely on this development, but I think that's something in our long term we need to take into account, particularly if this goes to phase two and we have that additional traffic. So I just think those are continued conversations we need to, I'd like us to be aware of as a concern. For me, 10 Mile Drive is a huge concern, particularly for me that's an industrial part of town. I could even just call out as an industrial zone district for us or something similar to that. And a lot of those businesses are designed for semis backing in and out and loading in and out. That road's not ready for a huge increase in traffic. So thank you for adding some of that in there for both Lake Hill and 203. And then I would just say, and this isn't the fine detail, and I know we're not supposed to do that, but to me, the roundabouts are 100% necessity. Go through that every time in this plan. Crosswalks, overpasses, when it becomes a one-way street and the dam road's closed, this type of traffic lines reduce it to a nice living environment for anybody.
I'm thinking to imagine this all happening at the same time that CDOT is changing to a grade. I can't even imagine what that means either there or right here. I thought we had talked, someone had told us that a bridge going over was not recommended for our climate here.
When we've discussed it in the past for other locations,
It's not.
the CDOT folks have come back and said, but due to this climate, due to dripping, shading, strength, and quite honestly, ease of use, that their experiences have been that they don't get used and it's just not a good mix for our environment or a good tool for our environment.
Right. And they also have to be ADU compliant, right? And so you need that like a huge ramp or elevator.
It's like 300 feet of a ramp to get up to that height if I remember it roughly.
Yeah.
To get to that height,
Yeah,
so, yeah,
tunnel makes a lot more sense,
and that's down the road, that's,
right? But I think it's not at the end or for phase two, that needs to happen. You're gonna have all those people living there, they're going to be crossing the road. All that extra traffic, in my opinion. I don't know if we're talking about that. I think that that's super important.
We have, I think, to that point, it's basically 10 years of construction traffic, so semis, all of that, also trying to interact with the normal daily use of different roads.
Do we have any information about just like an average number of closures per winter of the Dillon Dam Road? Like, how often does that happen? How often?
I said it before, which.
They just put out the summer.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it is, but I know we
I
have.
wonder if anybody tomorrow at the presentation of the daylight would have. I think I'm gonna go, yeah, cool.
I went to Wells.
I mean, because I don't get it. I'm just,
Emails to us.
Oh.
I drive to Silverthorne twice a day. And I did it all last winter, and let me tell you, there, you know, I'm just concerned about if I-70's closed and the dam road's closed, and then you have, your only option is Swan Mountain. I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's, the traffic is frightening to me. I don't even know how to ask any questions about it, because it seems, you know, what are the options to make Dillon Dam Road more usable? You know, it's, we could cover the whole road. I'm just kidding. I don't. That's not fun.
Anything else on slide, not covered concerns? About we're in there. Keep voting. So I guess I'll be down. You go. Leadership meetings.
So that bottom one, the access permit for Summit Boulevard and the intersection of Dillon Dam Road. I don't know, does that seem like, that seems pretty possible?
Will CDOT be concerned about their other intersections between 10 Mile Drive and how that interacts with Summit Boulevard?
Yeah, so if any of the other intersections were to increase by 20%, then it would automatically require a new permit for those ones as well. They would look at those. If it's under 20%, I think they have some discretion, since this one's more, it's under 20%, then you likely would not.
And I'm sorry, in your work with CDOT so far, on that project, have you seen any analysis of the other intersections on Summit Boulevard that leads you to believe that that could be the case?
Yeah, so they showed some coming off of 10 Mile Drive for the main Summit, hitting a failure level of service of F. And what year that they project out, but they do show that basically, you know, from 203 and from Lake Hill, more traffic going that way, and that does cause issues. Basically, the queues of those lights extend back behind 10 Mile Drive. And we have issues with queues going past the intersections.
That was kind of my, like, I was curious about like how do you get to that 20% of change? But that kind of, you kind of answered that.
What's that permitting process look like? Is that anybody else or by someone?
So it's by them, so they would submit a traffic impact study they have, and then it would be so it's out of CDOT Region 3, they have an access permit. And there'd be an application for a new one. So the town is technically the permit holder, but typically we designate the developer as the applicant. So then they would apply for that on our behalf. They would submit traffic impact studies and any other requirements that CDOT needs.
So that's assuming a development review process than a water process. So what's actually gonna kick off that access permitting process? It would be the county's development review process or entitlement.
So. Could think of what kicks it off, but it can run independently. I guess it would be probably the county's development review process, because it's just the 20% increase is what.
And it's
But
a
it's
down, how's CDOT gonna find that? I mean, they already know about it. It's in their traffic study for 203, but what's gonna kick off that process, I guess? You don't need to answer that today. We can find it out, but that's what's just.
I mean, I think it could be either, because technically it's our. Right, it'd be on us to kick it off and say. This study shows we're exceeding this 20%, we'll need a new access permit.
I think when I read through that, it, like with the 825 or whatever, it was saying the level of service rated a D. Coming into Frisco, what was that, the north direction, the little map? But I mean, that looks pretty bad, right?
Yeah, and they show, I have to pull the graphic study, because all the different movements on the intersections have different ratings. For some of them, they show stay the same, stay C. Some of them do drop a level, so some of them drop to a D. Or some that are going a little bit beyond the threshold and getting to a worse level of service. Concerns we have.
I mean, it's with the new 203 configuration, right? Again, you did say the traffic studies are outdated, because if you're going north and you want to get on the dam road, you're just going to go there. If you're coming off the dam road, you're going to go underneath, around the gas station, and then just get right on Summit Boulevard south. So we don't really have a good look of what that's going to look like. The numbers, just saying, if you look at that configuration here. That's what that looks like. So just saying,
No, that's good.
yeah.
Talk about this anymore, go to the next slide.
That's-
I still see, especially if we get to Lake Hill. Even just phase one, I think, right, like, there's no accounting for pedestrian access to where the supermarkets are, where the services are given, and I think that's my concern. And you called it out, Chris, but I think that's why in our Trails Master Plan, we put an emphasis on people coming from the dam road to try to get them out of their cars. Some sort of pedestrian multimodal corridor through there. But right, the Trails Master Plan accounted for a pedestrian underway that came out into the new gas station's parking lot and got you over to base camp and Safeway and all of that. I think with this plan, that underpass by that roundabout coming off the dam road is where they have projected a pedestrian walkway, I think, on the, if it would be on the north side.
Yeah, they're showing on the south.
Right, there you go. That's
It needs it on the north side. You know, just a track. If you look at our existing roundabouts on the GAP project and you look at how people move through there, this isn't ideal. You know, it doesn't provide great access there. I'm with Hunter that way, in that we need something maybe even separate from this to feed people in on foot or on bike.
I don't feel like we should be talking about what's gonna happen in phase two, like. That's literally another generation that's gonna be talking about that. I think we need to get in phase one, what we think is important.
I agree, we were never on board necessarily for phase two, and now here we are. with a phase two, and there's gonna be an ask and everything else with it. And I feel like we have to have definitive numbers as far as what that would take. You know, do we need another well? Do we need two wells? What about the infrastructure getting to and from there? And then all of this is contingent on the sand district anyway. You know, if the sand district isn't on board for phase two, you know, we're not gonna go anywhere from there.
We don't know that they're on board for phase one. Yeah. Right.
Back to.
Back into. What was it you haven't added? Let's go to the next slide. Adding momentum to the- I think multimodal is just a key focus for me. Thank you. That's a big parking drivers in the kid. I think we see opportunity for another marina.
Hear ya. Yeah, good.
I think on this one, I'd never even thought about it. I think cellular communications is a good call out. That's already been crippling without that addition of people, and we have to assume that we're gonna have additional visitor traffic as well as this progresses, so. It's been working with the cell phone companies to get more service here, so. Very tower coming. Oh, we had a tree.
Yeah.
It was, it's
Yeah, actually, I agree. There should be a cell tower with Lake Hill. Because that area of town is so difficult anyway, and if we add more customers, it's gonna be unfunctional.
Yep.
I think the summit stage needs to happen, but micro transit needs to happen.
I would almost say the transit timing proposed at 50% occupancy, I would like to see it sooner than not. I mean, it just seems kind of silly to put it off. Because overall, that could benefit all over the county. Why wait till 50%?
Yeah, and if we're trying to keep traffic under control,
I mean,
once
exactly.
people start driving, they're gonna keep driving.
I'd agree with that. You're establishing the way they operate. You know, up to 50%, and that's not gonna then change after that.
You know, I would say they need to do that now.
Transit. Good. But. Yeah, it's just.
This is an interesting one. I'd really like to know what it costs our police force to visit the site once or twice every single day. You know, I spoken to the people that own La Quinta or Days Inn, that is Summit County workforce housing, and literally the police are there every single day. And I don't see that it would necessarily be very different in Lake Hill. You know, that's only 100 beds or something.
Good on PD services. It's-
Well, if we put the part that put the childcare at the
That's
end,
next slide.
it's next one.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
But the after school program is on there.
That's, yeah, I mean, that's part of the same thing, I think.
They're estimating what, 100, at least 100 extra students. District after school programs are gonna be big.
We good on the recreation. Any other call outs? Yeah. Well, there it is. Take it away, Liz.
I think if you're talking about generating 40 extra children and you already have an issue. What are those 40 kids gonna do until they build that up? And that seems like you need to provide this, that's like saying, well, we'll give you the police at the end of the build out. Can't happen now, you need the services.
I was kind of curious if the daycare and the senior housing. Is there a way it can be bumped up into the timeline? Because I'm afraid those things are gonna fall off. The chart, if whatever, who knows how funding goes, or one thing leads to another. And it could be one of those things where they're like, you know what? We're gonna do something else for that. I don't know, it's like, I don't want that can to get kicked down the road, I guess. Is there a way to ask them to implement that into the timeline in the middle or first? I don't know, but the timing seemed kind of weird.
Yeah, that, I'm sure that would also be a cost thing. You know, these have no ROI on them necessarily comparatively to, living units. And we could ask, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how Wildflower opened where, right, they're doing it gradually. And so, you start, maybe you only have 10 kids to begin with, but you have a facility to take care of the kids that are moving in there. And then expand as able and necessary.
I just feel like it's like, oh, if we have time, we'll add this.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Other big gaps in knowledge, understanding, concerns, questions. I think that's what we need to, this is what staff needs to hear so they can, this is gathered a lot of information, but we gotta make sure we have it all, so.
Well, Giverson Bay, I mean, I would like to see some sort of improvement overall along the Dillon Dam Road as a safety concern. Because of just the recreational use that's I don't want to say unmonitored, it sounds kind of weird, but. I'm just saying it seems, a lot of times it just seems unsafe. And if they're, the combination of a new development plus that activity seems a little dangerous, especially if there's construction and then there's people just, I don't know.
Is that where, is that? Those lots of D-Rec land or is that county land?
Yeah, whose land is that?
Forest Service land?
Where the Giverson Bay parking is.
I think it straddles into county right away, it's Forest Service behind it, so.
Okay.
So it counts a scenario of like multiple,
It's-
every jurisdiction has some slippery.
And the problem with it, and it's just pull off, there's no directional control of traffic. Space, right?
Be a lifeguard out there.
Yeah.
That could hard.
I'm just trying, and no hurry, we've got plenty of time, but I think one of the things that I've just been thinking about as I read through the packet and these conversations, and I'm trying to frame my concerns. Like, I think we've just the Peak One neighborhood, and since it's been built out and completed, the things that we had to be reactionary to as a town that we didn't foresee as a part of that, like Madison didn't have a bike path or any pedestrian right away, and that was never a part of it. And now the use of that, Second Avenue,
Yeah.
just the stop sign configuration, we had to review all that, like think trying to make sure that we're stepping back far enough that we're considering, we have a very small test piece in the middle of our town that shows us what this could be. And so I think those are the thoughts we need to keep having as we move through this.
Oh, that's a really good perspective, thanks. Cause I think about like just even the way the rec path goes around Lake Dillon, but a lot of times you still see people on the side of the road. And it's like, is there a way to add a pathway on the side of the road? Even though that other pathway exists, it's okay to have two, I think. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
or just like trailhead parking over there, you know, can be really crazy. And that's why I think of that side of the road where it just becomes a free for all and it's scary. Yeah. What else is over there?
Other needs, thoughts, questions? Again, potential will go in this evening to executive session, just a little more information for negotiation's sake and if need be, and then most likely bringing this back before we go get the information back from Chris, some more details, consideration for us, and then we can take the next one.
Yeah, there was a lot.
The agreement.
Well, another suggestion would be to, and we've talked about it kind of informally, is inviting the family district board to meet.
Yep.
Just to compare notes.
Yep, and we did that the last go around, had a good meeting with the syndication district, so I've reached out to them as well. Yep, I know they do have representatives here, but I also think the senior center part is a great addition by the county, so I appreciate that part. Part of the senior center conversation over here, it seems like a great invite, it's still out there. That on.
I would like to just add in, sort of off of what Elizabeth was just talking about. It's really unique bicycle access beyond the sidewalk. Because as we talked about earlier with plowing the bike path and all, I believe nobody's commuting that way on the bike path around by the lake. And, you know, everybody's who's commuting and hardcore cyclists and whatnot, they ride on the dam because it's more direct. And, you know, so I don't know if that's different than putting them on the sidewalk or, you know, a space for dedicated lane or what for bike, but I would like to see that.
Anything else? Concerns that are making this on our, yeah, that's very thorough. Anything else is good? Any other? Thanks for doing all that. Yeah, that's good stuff. All right.
Andy Aronson's not here, so just for his sake, I'm gonna say dog park.
Basketball court.
I mean, Faith is a great name for a dog park. I think with that, we are good until our regular session at 7 o'clock. So we'll take an hour's break. See everybody back at 7. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Remember, it's like, so I'm like, sorry.
feel like we're in a study hall about to get in trouble.
Hear us okay?
Being signed by Holly.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Mike, I'm Mike and recording.
Recording. Good evening, everyone. 7 o'clock. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting for the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Aaronson is absent, Burley is absent, Mortensen,
Here.
Incan,
Here.
Adrian. Here. Kalenko
Here.
and Held.
Here.
Thank you. First up this evening, as always, is public comment. If you wish to make public comment on anything that is not on this evening's agenda, may do so now. Please be topic specific. Keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes and state your name and address for the record. If you're online, you can unmute yourself, raise your hand, I'll call on you. If you're in chambers, please come on up to the lectern.
I'm just gonna read from this when I forget everything. My name is Marcus Miller. I live at 408 Second Avenue. And I just kind of want to recount something to you. So first of all, thank you for your time tonight. I know it frequently is a thankless job trying to please everyone. So I've been a resident of Summit County for going on 13 years now, and I've spent 10 of them living in Frisco. I've worked up and down Main Street with numerous businesses for the past 7 years, including some time here at Frisco Town Hall for Nora when she used to run events here. In 2021, I took a job with the town of Silverthorne as their events coordinator. And throughout this time, I have continued to live in Frisco. Recently, a Peak One resident told me they would be selling their 2-bedroom house. The covenant on the house did not have the 2019 30-hour-a-week Frisco restriction, and I quickly made sure my paperwork and money were in order. Unfortunately, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. When speaking to the SCHA to get a pre-approval letter, I learned that it would be put under the 2019 covenant. I was immediately disqualified from applying. The house was listed yesterday, and I have no way of making an offer on it. We all know the house will not be on the market for 30 days. I've come today to say that I feel abandoned by the town I've called home for a decade. Since 2021, 15 Peak One houses have sold, and 9 sellers have taken advantage of this covenant, while 6 have not. I cannot think of a situation why an individual would not take this deal. In 2019, 9 Peak One residents lobbied for this new covenant. It's hard not to see them doing this for their own personal gain. I believe this covenant is neither fair nor equitable, and it is unfairly benefits an extremely limited number of individuals. It's not fair that long-term residents are not eligible to build a long-term home here. It is not fair that teachers at the middle school, sheriffs at the county commons, and nurses at St. Anthony's and instructors at Coppers are excluded from the ability to purchase deed-restricted homes in Frisco. In a 2019 Summit Daily article, former town manager Nancy Carey says that anyone applying to this new covenant must have an informational session with town staff to make sure they understand how it will affect them. I believe the individuals who signed the initial Peak One covenants and moved into the neighborhood should have understand what they were signing the first time. Changing the restrictions to sell at higher AMIs and with more restrictions was unjust to the general populace. Deed restricted housing is about having a place to live, not protecting an investment. At the end of the same article, Ms. Carey is quoted as saying, "The goal is to have an inclusive community, and we want a range of people to be able to afford to live here. But in manipulating the market, there are unintended consequences." Well, I believe the unintended consequences are in fact a less inclusive community that is also less affordable. This covenant has already taken a small pool of resources and restricted it more. My situation and many like mine are the unintended consequences. Thank you.
Public comment this evening. Oh.
Hi again, I'm Bill Kopp, 103 Miners Creek. I've been here 40 years. and now I'm turning into like one of the guys back when I sat where you guys, the retirees who would come up and they didn't have anything else to do with their time. So they'd really read and hold us honest and stuff to all of our proceedings. Well, I'm one of them now. But I'm coming to talk with you folks about accessibility. I came here a few weeks ago to try and find some stuff on a plat and different information and stuff, and got stopped down here and was told that no, there wasn't a receptionist or anyone upstairs to just get me informational stuff, that I needed to make an appointment. And yesterday, also researching some, I went over to the county courthouse, talked with an assessor. He helped me out on some stuff, talked with one of the county clerks. She showed me how to get to their computer there and look up relevant stuff. And I do have a meeting scheduled with a planner tomorrow, but what's happened to the accessibility, the walk-in? I've heard I got news for you. COVID is over. And I've heard one of the excuses is that we're understaffed. So that to well use the staff people's time that they've got, you need to make an appointment. Well, okay, hire more, build a third story on this building if you need to for more offices. We're a town that needs to get business done. I've heard that we've got shortages in the planning department, on the police department. Public Works is the backbone of the city. Hopefully it's fully staffed. Good, thanks. But are we not competitive? I've heard we're losing officers to the Front Range because it's a better pay scale and easier living than living here in a winter resort. But you need another study. I hated studies when I was sitting where you guys were. We'd always hire consultants to study this or that. But maybe you need some data to get competitive. Let's get it so town hall is accessible. On the side of the accessibility, I was looking on the website today and I saw you guys post your phone numbers and stuff, and I see you around in the community, so that's cool. But staff needs to be accessible. We need enough staff to be accessible for us, the public. And okay, I know I'm restricted to one topic, but I'll also bring up that, like I did last time, consider a parking structure at either or both ends of Main Street over the transportation center. We want to get cars off the roads, people walking around more. We might have to reinstate the Frisco shuttle bus, which I was a big proponent for last century. And then also during my term, it was underutilized, so I killed it, but maybe it'd get used now. But consider parking ramps and buses too. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. I'll switch to make public comment this evening. None in chambers. Is anyone online, Stacy, that you can see? None. Close public comment. And on to mayor and council comments. I have two quick ones for council. We have a coming planning commissioner vacancy. Just looking for support from council to do the interviews for that the same way. Subcommittee, two of us go through that. We'll schedule them all in one day, get them done, and then come back with your recommendation. Support of that. Yes. Anybody would like to? I know Andy Held's offered to be a part of that interview process again. Would anyone else like to? It's a great experience to see how commissioners think. Would you be interested? Lisa, great. Thanks. So Katie will reach out to you and Andy, work out a time, and then we'll get the applicants. And I believe we had 8 applicants this go around. So great public interest in that position, which is vital, as we all know. The other thing I have is there was a statewide advisory committee for the I-70 Mountain Corridor to split our TPR from one big region into 2, kind of lumping us more in with Summit County, Lake County, and Eagle County, and then separating off Garfield, Pitkin, and the other end of Eagle County. They kind of get split in a weird spot, but it works well for them. I think it would just benefit us. Breckenridge is on board, Silverthorne's on board. Would you all be okay if we sent a letter of support to CDOT and Shoshone saying we favor that direction?
Yep.
Great. So Tom and I'll draft that and send that off on behalf of the town support. And I believe, for those who are wondering, I have heard on good authority that the GAP project medians and roundabouts will be completed on time. So for Halloween, that will be wrapped up, and they are looking great. So, those impacts will be soonly gone. So that's all I got. Andy, do you have any council comments? Okay, I got it. Yep, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, congratulations to the Summit High School mountain bike team. They came in 5th in state last weekend. And they couldn't have done it without all the ride time and practice they've gotten out on the peninsula. So thanks to staff and everyone here in town for supporting our high school programs.
Any additional staff updates?
The only other staff update that I have is that exit 203 open house with the Colorado Department of Transportation tomorrow at the Day Lodge from 5 to 7 p.m. It's a needed project, but it's also a project that's going to have a lot of impacts as it progresses in Frisco. So get out there and express yourselves.
We did notice that, correct?
Sure did.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is that like can you show up anytime in between that? Or
That's
is
my
it?
assumption with it being an open house is that it's
Okay, so.
Come and go, yeah.
come and go as you
Okay.
want.
Next up this evening is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve by Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Linko. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Aronson is absent, Burley is absent, Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Scripчик, Adrian,
Yes.
Plinko,
Yes.
Held.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes. Next up this evening is old business. This is agenda item number 3. This is a second reading of ordinance 23-21, ordinance setting the mill levy within the town of Frisco for 2024. Open the public hearing through the staff and Leslie.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So on an annual basis, the town of Frisco is required to certify the mill levy to the county assessor. In this ordinance, it sets mill levy within the town for property tax that was assessed in 2023. It would be collected in 2023. This 0.798 proposed mill levy is the amount that the town is authorized to impose without any election. Additionally, I should note that this amount is unchanged from this current 2023 year budget. The preliminary numbers from the Summit County Assessor tell us that this would result in a property tax revenue of $299,092 in total. Also worth noting, this 0.798 mils is in 2023, that would have been out of 57.936 mils. So a small portion of the total mils paid by a property owner in the town of Frisco. So staff recommends that town council approve ordinance 23-21 to levy property taxes related to the 2024 budget.
Questions for Leslie? No, open up for public comment. Anyone wish to make public comment on this agenda item? May do so now. None in chambers, none online. Close public comment. Back to council discussion. Said my piece last time. I'll support it.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance 23-21.
It's been moved to approve by Councilmember Helenko. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Adrian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Held,
Yes.
Aronson is absent, Burley is absent, Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Scripчик, Adrian,
Yes.
Plinko.
Yes.
Passes. Next up this evening's agenda, item number 4. This is a public hearing
consideration and potential action on resolution 23-30, a resolution summarizing expenditures and revenues for each fund and for adopting a budget for the town of Frisco, Colorado for the calendar year beginning January 1st, 2024 and ending December 31st, 2024. And approving the 2024-2028 capital program for the town. And the second reading of ordinance 23-22, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to various funds and spending agencies in the amount and for the purposes set forth in the adopted budget for the town of Frisco 2024. I'll open up the public hearing. Over to Leslie.
So this public hearing does cover a resolution and an ordinance. This is a slight change from when we had the first reading of ordinance 23-22. In that we have added a resolution for the purpose of separately adopting the budget and the 5-year capital plan program per Thad's recommendation, which better aligns with what is stated in our charter. So resolution 23-20 is what would adopt these two documents. And then additionally, ordinance 23-22 is how we appropriate the amounts that are set forth within the budget. Those expenditures total $41,296,533. There are revenues and reserves that are adequate enough to meet those expenditures, leaving a total ending fund balance projected at approximately 40.5 million at the end of 2024. So upon second reading, staff recommends that council approve resolution 23-20 and second reading of ordinance 23-22 for this public hearing.
Agenda item up for public comment. None in chambers. Oh, come on up, Phil.
I don't have to read it as thoroughly as you guys go through it all, but I think it's pretty good. It's conservative enough that we're going to be left some good reserve funds. And thank you for the hard work. It's budget every year is where you put your money where your mouth is. And thanks.
Else wishing to make public comments? Close public comment. And Phil, I appreciate that. And I do think it is how we show what our priorities are is in our budget. And that's how we commit to those. So thank you for recognizing that. And I'd also just like just to call out the work that goes into it from all departments, all staff, and then Leslie and her team. While it seems like it's something that could be just what we do every year, year in and year out, but as you see with the addition of adopting as an ordinance or as a resolution as well, just that continuous improvement and always looking at what we do and how we make sure we do it better and by the book in service of the town and the financial responsibilities we do have. So Leslie, I appreciate you seeing that dedication and looking at it with that close of an eye always. So thank you for that.
Certainly takes a whole team.
Yep, huge. That's great. Should we fund the town? For next year.
Right.
We're good. We're good until December. Let's. How much in that motion do you want? Just the order?
Just the number of the resolution and the number of the ordinance is great.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve agenda item number 3 or 4, sorry. Resolution 23-30. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Resolution 23-30.
And ordinance, please. If that's what you're.
23-22. Public hearings. What am I missing? Am I in the wrong week? Yeah, here. And ordinance. And ordinance 23-22, an ordinance appropriating sums of money to various funds and spending agencies.
Move to approve a resolution 23-30 and ordinance 23-22 by Councilmember Scripps. Adrian, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Held, joining us online. Any discussion on the motion? Question, please.
Blanco,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Arrington is absent, Burley is absent, Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan.
Yeah.
Scripps, Adrian.
Yes.
Didn't approve. Thank you so much for all your work on that. Next up this evening is agenda item number 5. This would be an executive session.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to section 24-6-402 parentheses 4 parentheses E CRS to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop a strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators concerning a potential extraterritorial water service agreement for the Lake Hill development. Move to enter into executive session by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Helenko. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Script check Adrian,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Aronson is absent, Burley is absent, Mortensen,
Yes.
Incan.
Yes. And you'll see in a few minutes on the other Zoom link, and you all who aren't staying.